Hello, everybody. Welcome back. My name's Hakakura. Welcome to the channel. Today, we're getting on with more of this junior penetration tester path. Welcome. If you're here for the first time, it's good to see you. Glad you're here. Just get some things sorted out. I was doing that off screen, but it always does weird stuff, right? Hold on. Can we do this one? And we go, and we go. And where are you at? Give me this. Hold on, I have OBS problems. Story of streamer lives, right? Close. Let's see here. I'm gonna get it there. And we'll get it right here. So we're gonna be finishing up this junior penetration tester path. And we've got through all of this stuff here. And we're down to the Linux privilege escalation and the Windows privilege escalation section, which I would imagine is going to involve some Metasploit. But we will see. We're not sure entirely. I'm trying to get the chat sorted out here. It is always a problem. It's always something, but we'll get it dealt with. Okay. Just bear with me. And really, that ought to do it. Yep, yep. We're going to use this one. I'm still getting chat. Dealt with. Of course, it's having me authenticate in the middle of everything, right? Because that's, I better wait for the next code. I hate it when it does that. Hopefully it doesn't do any kind of crazy stuff. When I was first connecting everything that I was doing, when I was first connecting everything that I was doing, it treated me like a bot, because I went around and I connected all the social media accounts And I was kind of just, I created, you guys can find me in my links and the stuff, but basically Google was like, hey, you're a bot. And then it actually, all of the other social media accounts that I had the email link to started doing the same thing. And I contacted Google and I was like, hey, you guys had me do like a actual verification with like, real stuff and everything, that where they have you choose whether you can show your license or what do you call that? Where you show your license or you you make a purchase or like whatever it is that they were having me do. And they're like, oh, that's no problem. So I had no problem with them. But what triggered that was TikTok. And TikTok, if you're wondering why I don't have one of those, is because they never got back to me. And I've emailed them a couple times like, hey, I'm not a bot or nothing like that, and it'd be real freaking nice if you guys could reinstate my account. Google did, everywhere else did. What's the matter with you? And they still have not even bothered to email me back or fix that or anything. So I might never have a TikTok, which I gotta tell you, I don't mind at all. I have no personal social media, like for myself, like me as a person. I don't have any of that. The only reason I have it for is for streaming stuff. Yeah. So anyway, we're hopefully I'm going to be doing this for today for 4 hours for the hacking stuff. And I might get on and do a couple hours of dev stream afterwards. Got to meet my own goals. But hopefully we can get done with this junior penetration tester path. And since I had been here last, they added a few more things to the basic web app hacking path. And so hopefully we can go there and complete that as well. So that way we can, we'll get the certificate of completion for both of these hopefully today, which will be real nice. And then we can move on to the next one, which will be the next intermediate level web app hacking stuff, because that's what I'm primarily focused on. So we got all that going. It's all good. I want to see how much resources this stuff's taken up. Oh, that's not bad at all. It's not even okay. All right. I was worried because I'm streaming on an additional platform than I normally do. So we have read the above. Well, we didn't, but it's telling us what we're going to be doing. No silver bullets. Much depends on the specific configuration target system. That's true. Yep. Yeah, privilege escalation usually involves going from a lower permission account to a higher permission one. Gee, you don't say. Yeah, buddy. I would say that that's a lie. Given all of these recent attacks, where people are exploiting vulnerabilities and they're getting on these systems, like, Yeah, that's an outright lie. If that were true, if this were true, then why are there all these frickin' ransomware attacks going on? Huh? Riddle me that. Now, if you compare it into like regular most human traffic on the internet, not human trafficking, but human traffic, right? Like non-bot traffic. Yeah, probably true. Anyway. All right. Privilege escalation is crucial because it lets you gain system administrator level access. Yeah. We completed it. So we have our machine started. Launch the machine. Attach this task and follow on. You can launch the target machine and access directly from your browser. Okay. So we'll do the SSH version. However, since it's going to put us right on the machine as opposed to doing it in the browser. So we're going to go SSH Karen, of course, at 10 something. I don't know what the 1081. Okay. And then, got that right? Yep, we got that right. And we're going to log in. YARP. All right, so this is where we're at. It logged us right into the root directory. Yeah. And we're going to go host name. If I can spell correctly. Wade 7363. There we go. We're doing it. We're living the dream. Oh, hold on. Did I not get you? I didn't. Hold on. I gotta get this ban evader out of here. I appreciate it, guys, but if I had more chatters in the chat to make you guys go away and we wouldn't have to see it, I wouldn't even bother banning you. But we don't. So, and I'm not interested. I don't care about being famous. You can keep that shit to yourself. I be about the worst thing that happened to somebody, I think. So there you go. Uname -A. So it's just trying to tell us to you know, find out as much information about the system as we can, right? And this is all important for whatever we're going to need. And the proc file system provides information about target system processes. So look at, okay. So is it a, and version? Is this a directory? Okay. So it gives us a little bit more information than what we had before. That's interesting. ETC issue. We'll go ahead and we'll CD NLS CD. I guess it doesn't have the automatic take us back to root, and it also doesn't have the clear, like the shortcut stuff. So we'll go cat etc issue. So it's running Ubuntu 14, way out of date. PS command ps-a -a with a capital. You all running processes. So it's going to tell us everything. Reveal your secrets machine. All right. So many processes. And I think I saw us down here. Doesn't give you much information. So view process tree, you can see let's try. Oh, that's better. It's more like if you do top or htop. It's the process ID, command. We should be in here, over here, under SSH or something. It should show that. Yep. Right here. Cool. And PS aux. I've used that a lot of times. Process status. That's what it means. For those of you who was wondering. Environmental variables. Okay. env. Okay. Nice. So it tells us that we're logged on from here. SSH client. I think that's probably a process ID. Let's look. 54738. We could grep it, but it was am I looking in the wrong column? It might be. Just trying to take my time and learn. Oh no. No, that's not it. So hopefully it's not going to be having us do any kind of weird challenges or nothing. So the target system may be configured to allow users to run some or all commands with root privileges. Okay, that's a good thing to know. Sudo -l. So you list and PAS. Password 1. Okay, so we don't have sudo privileges, which means obviously this room, that's probably what we're going to try to get. And I already ran ls right when I got on the system to see where we were at, to see where it dropped us. And you can go ls-list all, right, which shows all of the files, even the hidden ones. And secret text file. That seems like it's probably on a different system. And then we have ID. These are very, I mean, they're like, okay, Linux specific commands that you use. Like some of these I don't use very often, especially on my own systems. I don't need to know. I mean, that one, there's different ways to find out what I've never used this one before. I have used where you try to like find out what your path is. Right? I've never messed with this. I've never messed with this, but it's good to know that all the different things where you can find out information. It's like when you get onto a system, they're just trying to tell you, hey, like dig for all of this stuff that's going on. We'll do ID, so we know that we're Karen here, and then yeah, figure out more users. So we have Karen and Matt. And that's another thing too that you can do to clear. I like having a clean terminal. LS, we can go CD home. Is there a home? Yeah. And then LS again. And so we have Matt. So we're on Karen now. Right? Well, the output can be long and a bit intimidating. We cut to convert. Brute force attacks. Okay, so it tells you to, we'll do that. We'll type this command cat, etc. And then we pipe that into cut, -d. Remove those colons out. And it probably has something to do with the column and the thing. Or what did I do wrong? Oh, I didn't have a space. So it's not even letting us, I just pressed up arrow. So it's not even letting us do certain key shortcuts either. Like I just tried to go to the end of the line. All right, let's try that again. Okay. That's nice. Pretty slick. All righty. Yep. So we'll try that too. We'll go cat, etc, password, or pass WD, grep home. We should just get Matt. Oh, well, obviously we're logged on to Karen, but some of these are not very helpful for us. But the users, I don't know if that's a name or not. Might be some places. History. So history not found, IF config. So this just pretty much is just running you through like, hey, here's all the ways you can go and collect and see and use information, which is nice. IP route, netstat. Let you see which ports and network interfaces. So there's all the ports. A buttload of ports. All the TCP ones. SSH. And that's the AT. So all TCP, all UDP. Okay. Some of this information should be given, or you would be finding this through in-map scans too. So you might already know some of this information. However, if you've actually gained access to a system, it probably would end up showing you a bunch of different information depending on the stuff. So it can be used. -L option. What ports? PID, netstat I. Yeah, find. I think, I don't know. Sometimes I don't know if this command, like I have Ubuntu, that's what I run my hacking box on, or that's what operating system my hacking box is. And I'm pretty sure that I had to install this command because it, like when you type like find and then you type all this stuff, it said, you know, gave you the prompt to install it. There's like a whole room too. One of the rooms that I took was like an extended Linux basics room, and there was an entire, or it was a Linux module. There was an entire room just based on this entire thing where you had to go find files. This is really awesome. Like this find one is really awesome for looking for stuff on your computer. And you can put in all kinds of flags and things in it too. Like in order to find some stuff that you're looking for. So really useful. Real useful. Okay. The problem with like most of these things in Linux is that if you just use like a basic, you know, find, and then you have to follow like really weird, you know, typing conventions, and then nearly all the time it's either giving you too little information or too much information. So it's never giving you the right amount. Yeah, that's a fact. That would probably be pretty important, especially like if you know, let's see if we can do it on here. We'll go Python. I'm pretty sure. Version. Yeah, so Python's installed on here. So if this were like a real thing, and say we either gained or didn't gain access, we could actually program up a netcat clone and exfiltrate and, you know, onload data. So, okay, so host name. So 363. Is it uname -a? All right, what's the kernel version of the target system? Here. Copy. Paste it. What Linux is this? It's Ubuntu. We're going to go back up here again. I can't remember all this stuff. Cat. Version. And we're going to go cat etc issue. Oh, if I can spell it right. Or format it right. There we go. Answer all these questions. Down here, what Linux is this? I think it's Ubuntu LTS. That's what we're looking for. I think. Yep. What version of the Python language was it? We just did it. 2.7.6. I swear I didn't know that that question was going to be there. I was just bringing that up as a, because I read a book called Black Hat Python, and it had mentioned that, and that's a very interesting thing. So where are we going to do? So what vulnerabilities seem to affect the kernel of the target system? So the kernel is this 3.1 generic. Copy that, and we're going to go to exploit db. Sorry for the eye cancer. I have no control over that. And we're going to see Control C. I just go ahead and put this V type ability 14. I hate it when it does this. Local privilege escalation. Is it asking us for a CVE? Yeah. It really bothers me when this stuff does this. It's like, come on, man. I searched it directly. Why is your stuff not accepting the thing, you know? What's going on here? All right. So we are going to go back up to the top because it seems like we're going to need another machine. Hold on. We're going to go ahead and we're going to exit. Make sure we're out of there. Terminate. Yes, sir. Thank you. So we enumerated. We're going to go ahead and get this one started. We're going to go automated enumeration. Linux enum. Is it Linux for Enum? Enum for Linux. There it is. This is a good tool. That's a good tool for this. Gives you information, tons of stuff. Very useful. All right, so several tools can help save you time in the enumeration process. Yes, yes, and it is good. Okay. That's why you invest in skills over tools. That's why everybody's all like, they talk shit about, oh, script kiddie this and all that stuff. Like, shut the hell up. Oh, are we gonna SSH again? Okay. And what? There's no commas in an IP address. .1081, yep. And we'll go see. Okay. Kernel Linux systems manages to communicate between components. Okay, so reopen the closed tab. We'll do it again. There we are. We're going to go back here and we're going to make sure that give us the thing 313024 on Ubuntu 14. So what does this do? Okay. Some exploits require further interaction once they're run. Read all comments and instructions provided with the exploit code from your machine to the target system using it. Okay. So it looks like it. If it already has this file on there, it deletes it. Then it makes the file, it gives it permissions, makes some subdirectories. Basically, it's seems like it's exploiting a misconfiguration in the this thing. Then gives you access to the file. So I wonder if we could just use Metasploit to get on here. So we're gonna go, yeah. What hint did it give us? Looks for exploit codes related to the CVE that you found in the previous task. Exploit codes or exploit code? Download. Oh, I'm not fucking downloading that on my computer. Windows will start flipping their shit at me. That's what they'll do, man. So your machine to the target system. Why would I do that? Why can't I just run it directly on here? Where I'm at. Probably because it won't let me. Say, copy that. We're gonna go. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not messing with that. Nice try, jerks. Package for file creation in the upper file system. Oh, well then if that's the case, right? So if it doesn't check properly for the file creation in the upper file system, which is where I'm at right now, then I should just be able to copy and paste this code here and run it directly. But is this... This looks like a frickin' if... What language is this in? Because it doesn't look like Bash. Is it in Python? I think it's in Python. F print F. Hold on. Okay. Is it C? Because I don't know C. I know some Python. I think it's C. Fuck. How am I supposed to run C code if I don't know how to do C code? Is there a, let me, file, open tab. Console. Also try to do that, this find command. It looks like it's going to ask us to upload a file to this here because we're in the root directory, and the exploit takes advantage of the fact that you can, in this configuration / kernel / version of Ubuntu, we'll be able to create a file in here that we then can execute, which will give us access to, I'm guessing, the user mat, and then we're going to be able to gain access to his stuff and then find this flag. See, permission denied. Yeah. That's what I would guess. That's what I would guess. But if we can find it on Metasploit, then it should take us through all of the stuff that we need to do. Run the exploit. Yeah, see, that's the problem. And it's written in C. That's C code. Right? This is C code. I don't know how to code in C code. And I don't know, like, do I just save that as, I don't even know how to save a C file. Uh-huh. No. Not like that. How to save a file in C code. How to, Vim and Nano. Write your C code. Okay. Okay, it's .c. Okay. So we might be able to get that done up. And then I wouldn't know how to execute it too. What? Good Lord, fuck off with all this damn shit. I am not doing all that. I would rather cheese this room than do that. Straight up. Okay, so I can't remember how to find a thing on Metasploit. Search. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. We're going to do search colon CVE and the number. And what's the number? 2015 1328. Cool. We're going to say use 1. Okay. After interacting with the module, you can set a target. So show compile true false. So the listen address and the port. So we're going to need a the frick do you call that? A netcat. But where do we enter? So this is going to be our address. We'll leave that port the same. And we'll have a netcat listener on. But where do we put the frickin' the stuff? Yep, select the module, use, info. Configure. Yeah, it is our host. So there's no our host section. Session, lhost, exploit target. Show options. Because it's not like referencing the session to run this module on. Okay, so I think we're going to have, I think that this session is going to be show targets, show options. Yeah. Let me put a new window here. So I'm not having to switch between all these. We're going to go, what's this? me. Okay. Yeah. Information. Okay. All right. So it looks like we're not going to be able to do that. I just wanted to make sure that I'm not wasting my time or beating my head against the wall. It's so the problem with that Metasploit module is that generally what happens is that there's options for setting the R hosts and everything like that. The R hosts being the this, and then it lets you set like the username and password too. And so it will SSH, the Metasploit module will SSH itself onto the system and then run the exploit. But just like the hint said, we need to start a server. We need to download this exploit to this machine. Right, so we'll just go to oh my god, dude. Pop-ups used to be considered hacking, right? Now it's a matter of course for business. All right, so oh, it's 3. I might have to go 2015 1328. Linux kernel. This is the one that we want. 1328. And probably going to be this one. Is this the same one that we were doing? The mount with the C code in it? Yeah. All right, so we're going to download this. And it gave us the file. So we're going to see where it put that on our system. A new tab here. Go ls. It saved it in home. So we're going to start a Python server. And I don't think that we don't have Python 3. I'm pretty sure they're running 2 on these try hack me boxes. So we're going to go Python -m. What is the is it dash, is it use http.server? Yeah. And then do you specify the port? Oh, it will default to port 8000. Okay. Server. And we will, what are we going to do here? So it's going to specify to port 8000, but we're going to go 51. Okay, so we're going to have a server running here. No module named HTTP. Did I do it wrong? -m HTTP. Let me see. Server. Did I spell it wrong? Server. We'll just leave it like that. No module. Python 3. Two. Okay, so we're on. So it'll be this simple HTTP server. We'll try that. I'm going to take this over to another window so I can look at it on my other screen. Let me try this, clear that out. -m. And we're going to do it on 5120. Okay, so we got that. And then we come over here, we're going to CD into TMP. Let's again clear it out. And what do we have to do? What do we have to do? We have to wget. All right. So we have to wget. And we have the attacker. So from our box that we're on. And what was the name of that? 37292.c. Okay. Method not allowed. That's because I didn't specify the port number, huh? That makes sense. And it won't let us do the up arrow. We found that out earlier. How'd that do? Okay, we have it. It's now on in the system. Okay, how the frick do you run? Okay, it should just be this, whatever the file number is. And then we should just run it like a bash script. Okay, so we should go GCC, that's the compiler for C, 37292-C. And I don't understand. It did A out. What does that mean? Oh, if you omit this flag, the executable will be named A.out. Okay. If I read stuff. Okay. So once we do that, so we are root right now. So it worked. And we're going to assume that it's mat, right? So I wonder if we can go cd home mat ls, and we go cat flag 1. And we got it. Okay. That was a pain in the butt. And I didn't know how to do run a C program. Now I do. Okay. So we're gonna exit. We're gonna exit again. Clear it out. We're gonna stop the server from running. We don't need it anymore. Now we know that we can't do the Python 3 version, that python-m http.server. You have to do the simple server one. So, all right. Go back up here. We have to terminate this because we have another attack box or another machine for the next task. Seems like we have another machine for all the next tasks. I made that mistake in one of my live streams. I was sitting here struggling with all the stuff that was going on. It wasn't working. I was entering the correct command. I had a chatter in here who was also like, dude, you're doing it right. I don't know what the hell's going on. And sure enough, it was that. I literally was not on the correct one. So what's it having us do now? See where it's at. Okay. So it just took us right into a thing. So we'll go sudo -L, since it's telling us to do that. And Karen may run the following commands. Find less and nano. So leverage application functions. How many programs can the user Karen run on the target system with sudo rights? I think it's 3. So we should be able to find the content of file lag2.txt using the find command, and then we should be able to read it with the less command. What do you use nmap to spawn? How would you use nmap to spawn a root shell if your user had sudo rights on nmap? What is the hash of Frank's password? Yeah, we need to run a program specifying options, which will spawn a shell with root privileges. So it's telling us this. For a reason. So loading. But we can run the find command. But that's only going to get us where the location is. System itself. Right? So I think we need to go to this website and provides information on how any program on which you may have sudo rights can be used. Right. So we go here and then we can functions, commands, right? Executable. And we have find less and nano. Find. Okay. Huh. I tell you what, that's a really freaking useful thing. For if you're on the system. So we know we have sudo access to the find, and then we'll use this. Nope. I guess I have to. All right, let me get this on here. Sorry for the eye cancer. Find dot dash exec bin sh dash quit. Oh, it's just one of those. Sudo find. Okay, so this gives us, now we can navigate the file system and do whatever the heck we want. And we can go ls. And what is the content? Home. S. CD. 2. There's no guarantee that the flag's in here. All right. Oh, come on, you fucker. All right. 40, 20, 28, 39, 4. How would you use sudo to spawn a root shell? There's probably a script for it. I don't know what the heck is going on with that. Okay. We'll just stay root for the time being. Yeah. So I think we got to go to GTFO bins, which I have pulled off to the screen here, or off to the side, excuse me. So we're going to scroll down to in map. Where you at? There we are. And what's it asking us? So how would you use nmap to spawn a root shell if your user had sudo rights? Sudo rights. Show. Oh. I think it's this one. Where did you go? Sudo. Where are you at? There we are. Okay. Yeah. Sudo nmap. Always misspell nmap dash dash interactive. And there's additional stuff. There's the shebang, or part of a shebang, which is the exclamation part bin dot or forward slash or backslash whatever the hell it is sh. So now we're going to be looking for the hash of Frank's password. And so the answer lies, again, we're looking in the GTFO bins, and we had access to the three commands, less, nano, and find. And we could use find, obviously, to get. Thanks for the follow. So we're gonna do the less ones now. And we're gonna say less etc swd and see what that do. And we're looking for Frank. Is that who we're looking for? Oh, that's because it's not in password, it's in shadow. Okay, less etc. We'll see that. Again, we always mess things up, but sudo and we may have to get out of the root that we're in now. So, I don't know why it's not letting us do this. Control D. Ah, there's his stuff. Because we weren't scrolled down to the bottom. That's why. That's the answer. So this is the hash for his password. And I am not particularly sure where it ends. Almost looks like a JWT. I'm thinking it goes to here. And we're going to go Control-Shift-C. We'll see if we can get it on there. Is that good? Cool. Excellent. We can get the frick off this thing. Yeah, terminate that. Get that off my screen, bro. I don't like the network hacking stuff as much as I like the web hacking stuff. So I get kind of irritated at that. Let me check chat, make sure I'm not ignoring anybody. I don't want to ignore yous. Sometimes people get mad at me when I do that. Like, you're not looking at the chat. It's like, bro, I'm working here. Oh man. Jeez. All right. All right, put us on a new system. And once again, we're in the root directory. You'll notice files have an S bit, showing that there's special permissions. Okay, let's type this command in. Looking for a file type. Perm 04K ls 2 dev no. Oh, a bunch of stuff. Compare executables. Yeah. List above shows that Nano has unfortunately. Okay. The attached VM has other binary with SUID other than Nano. It's another problem with these attack boxes too, is they don't really have very good. What are you doing to me? Don't have very good stuff. So okay. We'll run this again. Since it's a jerk and doesn't allow us to this is giving us the user or the SID up here, SUID of other than Nano. I was trying to make it bigger so I could see it in a lot better stuff, but When I did that, it reset the machine. All right. It's a lot easier on my own box than theirs. A great comic book writer. Well, I don't think that it would be Karen. The only other name in here is this. Jerry Conway. And I have to go back on this GTFO bins. That's where I'm at. And what am I looking for? SUID. And what are we looking for? And SUID. I'm gonna switch all these to file write, file read. Which one is last? Oh man. Where are you? I'm trying to find the right command here on the GTFO bins. In case you're wondering. I'm lost in the sauce. Yep. Install. Or is it base 64? No, that's not that one. It's cat, isn't it? Yeah. COCHCHCA. Nope, that's not it either. There we are. Copy. And we're not going to be able to do that. So but we are going to be able to do it on the try hack box. Or is that going to take forever to... Oh, geez. Terminate you. So all we have left is you. Okay, so what we would have to do is we would have to type in a command from GTFO bins that would be user bin base 64 62 64, right? So that's the path to the base 64, and then etc shadow, so we could get that user's password hash, and we would pipe it into user bin base 64, and then we would decode it. Excuse me. And then what that would do is it would give us that. We would save it to a file, right? And we would run it on John the Ripper. But I think that the reason why it's not doing this in particular is because it's not letting us, like, we didn't SSH, we started the machine. So we should, but we have to start the machine in order for it to, maybe this attack box just stopped because it has been over an hour. because there's no way for me to get the file or to create these two files here to run through John the Ripper. So that way we can, you know, decode or what, you know, get the user's password. So. Is it the same? No way. Oh my god, dude. It's like that looks oddly like, you know, the same length as that one. Okay. If this one can we run through, we ought to be able to we ought to be able to get that to the box at least. Okay. Got that control. Oh yeah, enter. So maybe it just stopped because we did this. Let's see if we can get. Is it just gonna fucking get us like every time? I want you to like go away. Get off my screen. And I'm gonna try to SSH. What? Maybe I just have to have it there, you know? All right, we gotta wait for a minute. Because there's no way for me to complete this task at all. I mean, it's like, it gives you the frickin' exact thing that you're gonna do, right? You're gonna find that. We're gonna type in that command that I typed in before, like where it takes us to this, where it says user 2. We're gonna get that. It's gonna give us the etc password and the etc shadow. You're gonna create a file from there. You're gonna run it in John the Ripper, against a word list, probably rock you, because that's what they always frickin' use. And then it's gonna give you the password. So I know the frickin' process here, right? Like, I don't care. I really don't care about network hacking right now. I really don't. It's like nearly a waste of my time for the time being, because I'm going to yeah, so that's what we're gonna do. So we got user 2. We have to go get user 2's frickin' password file. It's not even gonna let me do that. I have to SSH into the box. What a pain in the dick. Okay. Good Lord. Sometimes yes. Hold on. Wait didn't do that correctly. Password 1. Clear. I gotta go find this payload again. $64 etc shadow. What? Or do we just go cat permission denied? Oh, that's why. So what that comes from? Hold on, I gotta go back to the cat command. Cat SUID. Not dropped. So is it just that one that I did before? Of course you won't let me. Okay. I'm about to cheese this. I don't think this is going to work because you don't have the correct privileges to run it as a regular user. So we had it last time. Oh man, it pisses me off when it does this. All right, we're cheesing this, guys. I'm sorry, but I'm not dealing with network hacking, privilege escalation horseshit. I'm real sorry, but I'm not into this. I get the concept and what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to find it. You saw me do it on this thing, and it gave me the hash. But there's no way for me to get that onto this attack box from there. So I SSH'd in, and what would we have to do that? So we don't even have cat privileges while we're SSH'd in. So we'd have to go through the whole entire last module that we just did, and then end up on there. We get the flag, and yeah, I'm just gonna get through this module and the next one too. Actually, you know what? Hold on. Instead of cheesing it, I don't care about completing it or whatever. We will just stop this instead of cheesing it. We'll just stop it. And then when we do want to end up doing the network hacking garbage, we'll freaking come in here and we'll get through all that stuff. But I don't care about network hacking. I really don't. I'm a web hacker right now. I do web hacking things. So we're going to go to here. We're going to go paths. And we're going to complete the web fundamentals stuff that it added before. So we have OWASP Top 10 Part 1. And we've done some Juice Shop before, and then there's it added these two as well. So we'll learn about those also. Yeah, because I'm not trying to, I don't want to like, I don't want to have to cheese it unless I know that I'm doing the right thing and it's not, it's just hung up like the other day, how it was. I was putting in all the right commands. I even went to a walkthrough and made sure that I was doing the right commands, and it was still hanging up. There's nothing that it was me. I was doing everything correctly, and so I decided to just take the answer from the walkthrough. And it was on one of the last, it was the last task that we had to do and the last question. That was the one where we had the reverse shell. The reverse shell was hanging up for some reason. I don't know why. The code was right. Everything was good to go, but I don't know. And we'll get this thing. Make it shut up so it's not causing us any problems. Go ahead, chat here. Display. I'll put you guys right in the middle. Now, like you up here. All right. We're just waiting on this to start. And it's about 2 hours in, so we're halfway through the stream that I'm going to be doing for today. This is part 1 or part 2? That's so weird. Did I actually do part 1 already? Why is it just doing this? Huh. Path. Path. Part 1. Is it just because this is the part 2? I don't get it. Or did they drop the part 2? Hold on. I've said this before, but I have completed this. I completed this entire room. Right? If we go to a view profile, just go here real quick. Certificates, web fundamentals. So I've already done this, and I did this then, about nearly a year ago. I completed it, so I have no idea why why it's doing this. You know what I mean? Doesn't make sense. But either way, before we get going on that, I am going to take a quick break since we're halfway through the stream. So I'll be right back. I'm going to go get a drink and use the restroom. Yeah, so we're back, people. Chair stream for you. Enjoy. switch to the first playlist. Get some music going so we're not so lonely. Alright. So we've switched back to the web hacking stuff. I'm just not into the what do you call it? I'm not into the network hacking stuff just yet. So I don't want to like cheese through those answers just to get some certificate of completion or whatever like that. It's we'll go through it. Like I said, eventually we'll be interested in getting the certification thing that they got going on for that, but that's way later down the road for me. I'm not particularly interested in get that one just yet. So we're talking about OWASP, and they just come out with a new one. So it says part 2, but part 2 is not in the module. Best practices for API authorization and authentication. That's something that they seem to have added. And it looks like we're going to SSH into this machine. Oh, Windows is a development test machine. This don't look like Windows, bro. Hit start machine, and the machine will start in a split view. Oh, that's because it's over here. Sure. Hopefully that doesn't do nothing stupid. All right. Okay, so we are on the remote machine, or sorry, the machine that we want. And we're not going to RDP. We don't need to, because it allowed us to connect to it right here. And it seems to be trying to go into here, and this seems like a kind of like a Postman style API testing deal. You know what I mean? Let's see if it, yeah, there we go. Gives a little bit better view. So I can connect in, and it's going to have us do some API testing things. Application programming interface. It's the middleware that facilitates communication between two software components. So back in the day, if you wanted new information, you used to have to click the reload. The reload thing. Is that not showing? Anyway, oh, you used to have to click, I'll just show you this. You used to have to click the reload every time you wanted new information. But with APIs, it just reloads the thing itself. So if you had like a weather widget on here or whatever, or on your computer, it would just show you that. Or it would just update that in particular. So you just connect your website to the API, and then it uploads or updates, excuse me. Yeah, recent data breaches, I'll say. It should be a law that these guys, like, you know, I don't know if there's a way to do that, but like they delete your data and shit after a time. This data breach stuff is just, it's so insane. These companies ask you for so much freaking information that's just not necessary to creating Twitter accounts and LinkedIn accounts. And then, you know, because they suck and they cut corners, you know, it's just like when companies make products that, you know, end up being poisonous. In the LinkedIn breach, June 21, how many million records sample were posted? 1 million. So is the API documentation a trivial item and not used after? No. Okay, so takes us through BOLA. Okay. Some of these I've done like BLA, BFLA, and BOLA. And this has probably been part of it too. But yeah, it's an IDOR. So if it said, yeah, so here it says user 5, right? And then if we change that to user 6, does it give us the ability to see other people's stuff? So we're Bob and we're working as an API developer in company MHT. Yep, and the endpoint is that will allow applications sending employee ID. So you can request the results by sending a GET request to localhost 80. So it does not say 80 here, so we're going to change that. And it wants us to change it to user 1. And we're going to send that and see what we get in response. So we get a 200 OK, and it gives us the flag for John. Yep. Not validating any whether its request is valid. So we could add a authorization header, but it gave us a flag. Why did it give us a flag? I'm just going to look through here and make sure that we're not skipping an answer. ID value. So why would it give us a flag if we're not going to use it? As the course that I do, or I was doing, was making us send these GET requests through a curl, which is a lot more intensive. Okay. Oh, maybe that's just for confirmation. Like, oh, you got the right one. So we're gonna add a authorization token. It seems like it's going through that. And cancel. Name. we don't have a value, we'll just leave it blank, or we'll just enter 1. And then we'll send that again and see if it does anything else. Did it even add our authorization token? I don't think it did. That's fine. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and we're not gonna add this, and we're just gonna go see if there's a user 10, no content. So delete, go 5. We'll half it and see if there's a user 5. There's not even a user 5. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna assume it's 3 people. Since it's user 1 that we got, and it's asking us for the user ID 2 and user ID 3. So 2 and send that, and then that should give us a flag here. And the username of user 3. Invalid implementation of authentication, like using incorrect email passwords. Continue to use the Chrome browser, debugging the VM. Complex. Yep. Okay, so it was talking about how Bob was setting successfully developed a login endpoint. However, he only used email to validate the user from the user table and ignored the password field. So what are we trying to do? Can you find the token of them? So we're trying to find the token. And the endpoint will return a token, which will be passed. Okay, so it's what we're going to do is we're going to add another header and go. Type. And we're going to change this to a post. And okay, so that just gave us this. And we're going to call this email. And the text. And we're going to put in this email that it gave us. Actually, I'm just going to type it in. hr@mht.com. So this should end up, we're going to add a form parameter. We're going to say password. And we're going to say anything, just like they did. Anything, just like they did up here. Okay. And if we do this, so Bob successfully developed the login endpoint. However, he only used email to validate the user from the user table and ignored the password field. So what that means is that we should be able to add this to the, or get the user, and the user with this email, we should be able to get their password. So, or we should be able to get their token. I mean, from that. Let's go ahead and send this. And what did it do? Internal server error. And is that because we didn't do the correct endpoint? Yeah, it's just login_s. User. Now let's try it. Server error. Difficult to read because so that's the max we can do. Hopefully that makes it a little bit easier to read, so everything's not so jammed up. There we go. That's a lot better. Okay, as we can see, the vulnerable endpoint can be forwarded to get the detail of the user. We might be able to, we would maybe be able to So we're going to go here and we're going to say details. So see what that does for us. Nothing. I'm just trying to see what this is. We won't have any header added. Let's see what that does. Okay, so show details of the specific employee. Login endpoint. Use only email to validate users. So what's the endpoint? Login B. In the VM, you can test this by sending a post request to API rule. Oh, that's why. To -v and up here. Okay. And this will in the form parameters. As you can see, we receive the vulnerable endpoint token, which can be forwarded to send. And why didn't it give us a token? Because we have to do login S. Still didn't give us anything. Arrow to user login. And post. Do we do details? All right. We're in Discord. We'll try the example that it gives us. Admin. And it's doing that one. And I think, no, it has localhost, MHT, API rule 2, and it's login_B. We'll send that. But it's not doing the correct one. Why not? Password text. Did I not have it correct? What am I missing? Host. 47 bytes. Why is it 47 as opposed to 45? Should I just type localhost in here? That's why. Bad. Still gives us this. Oh. There we go. So we got the token right. So the reason why we were doing that all wrong is because we had that all wrong. So we should be able to change this to HR. Now we'll see. Okay. Missing the little details. All right, which country does sales? And we need to, I think, go to the details section to get detail of a user. API rule tool user, and we'll say details. And should that not be a GET request? No, because we're posting the user. Maybe it should be a GET request. Nope. Let's see here. So we do this, and what was that? Login S or login V? Can't remember. Login S. Login V. Send. So we need their token. So think of it like username and token. And then we add a header here. And what are we adding? Yeah. And instead of that, we need a capital T? Yeah. Token, and the value is going to be that. And we're going to get rid of this. And it should just be a get. And remember from the details. Yep. And they're from China. Is it a good practice to send a username and password in a GET request? No. So excessive data exposure. Stop recording. Wait a few seconds. Start recording. That's for me for later, for the VODs that I end up needing to make. All right. Excessive data exposure is when applications tend to disclose more than the desired information to the user through an API response. Let me change this. I'm changing the thing to less annoying, at least for my concentration. This is kind of like the level that I'm at right now, is like the next course in the core list of courses that I would take for like the next level of certification that I would be going for TCMSec here is API. I actually only taken a couple things out of it. They cover some of it, like they only cover BOLA, and they talk about BFLA, but they have an entire course dedicated to API hacking because that's what most of the stuff is. I actually want to take that to help me out with the bug bounty stuff that I do, because it'll help. Okay. been sitting here yapping the whole time, and my mic's been muted. But what I was saying was that you got to be careful of this, because your ISP can ding you, you know, and you can get like what you see, you know, sometimes when you go to websites, it has that Cloudflare BS on it, and then you have to click the button. Well, sometimes when you're running these tools against these websites, it'll give you like a 500, 300, or 400 response codes, depending, because you're using those automated tools. And back a while ago, when I first started getting into this, I did like I did a bunch of courses and did Juice Shop and was messing with that. And I had gotten into I had just finished the practical bug bounty course from TCMSec, and I was like, all right, I'm getting ready to go, and I'm gonna just start throwing these tools at these sites and stuff like that. And I literally was just on YouTube looking for a music, and I was getting ready to put music on and start hacking stuff on. And then I saw a Jay Haddock's video that was talking about web application firewall, like banning your IP and the rate limiting and stuff. And I watched that, and I was like, oh crap, there's like this whole thing that I don't even know. Maybe I should look into it more. So I started looking into it before I got into the bug bounty. But that's just something to be aware of, you know. And also, for the record, I have only gotten, I can't remember which tool it was, but I've only gotten one tool to actually work with their rate limiting flag. Most of all the other ones, it's just like they frickin' ignore it. And I have it set correctly too. You know, I go up and I Google it. Like, how do you get this flag on this thing to get this deal? You know, so it's not, you know, pumping out 50 requests a second or 2,000 requests a second, like with was it AMAS and Pharaoh Buster? Those tools, man, they'll do like thousands of requests a second. So you don't want it to do that. Yep, you don't want it to do that. And you don't want to do this too. You don't want to accidentally do that to a company you're trying to help out and ruin their service and mess up their business. So you got to be careful. That's why it's not good to just run tools. What I do is, for my bug bounty particularly, is I don't like run like automated tools like Kite Runner, or I can't remember what the other one is from Project Discovery, where it's like it's like it's just an automated thing where it like goes and it detects like low-hanging fruit. When you're running those that's not low-hanging fruit, that's fruit that fell off the tree, and you're literally rushing to pick it up off the ground like everybody else. What I do is I do extensive recon right on my target, and I get like just a gigantic list of subdomains and all the stuff. I take notes on use Wappalizer, and I take like bunches of notes and all kinds of stuff on everything. I use Kaido because it allows me to save my files and everything. And then I go through and I get all of the requests. I just walk the web application. I go to every single thing that I can. I click on all the little things that you can click on. I go through a lot of the functionality, and then like where I'm going through things, you know, if it's like a login page or if it's a whatever, I say like, oh, you know, like, let me check this. I do the thing where you inspect it and you look at the developer tools, and I refresh the page. I see like what it's doing. Like, is it making a call to the server? Like, what's going on with it? How does it refer to me? I create an account. I do all that. And then I do the recon, and then I start doing manual testing. So the only automation that I'm doing is my recon stuff, and that's just so it doesn't take forever to find the endpoints. And my recon is nothing special. I do like cert SH and look at Shodan and all these other websites that you can look at. I can't, securityheaders.com. There's a bunch of them, like sites where you go and you just get, you know, other information. I look at Wappalizer and check through the technology and make sure that, you know, nothing is screaming at me about the vulnerabilities or nothing like that. And then once I do all that, I run it through a tom nom nom tool called, like, where you basically check to see if it's alive, and then I run it through a screenshotting tool, and then I'll come in and I'll take a couple of those endpoints a day, like the little, you know, I'll get like a whole big old list of stuff that I want to look at, and I'll just take a couple of them and I'll start messing with it. I do manual hacking, you know. So I've not been doing the bug bounty very long, but I have not found any bugs yet on bug bounty. However, when I was younger, not younger, but like back in 2012 or 11 or something like that, I accidentally found I think it's an IDOR. Yeah, it's an IDOR. Basically, it was like it was a social media site or whatever, and it had like the question mark user underscore ID, and then it had a slash, and then it had the user ID kind of like this. And I was like, huh, I wonder what would happen if you changed that. That's all I did. And then I changed it from like like this thing here. I changed it from a 3 to a 5, and then it took me to somebody else's stuff, and I was like, oh crap. And I immediately logged off. I didn't mess with their stuff or nothing. I was just wondering what would happen. So I literally accidentally stumbled on an IDOR, and back then I didn't know that that's what that was. I didn't know that, you know. And then I also did a file upload vulnerability where I bypassed the filter where it, you know, it says like, oh, you can only upload JPEGs and PNGs, and I uploaded like a GIF to something. Now I didn't put no reverse shells or no malicious code in it or nothing, but I was still able to get past that. So yeah, so I have found bugs before. And then when I was a kid, I used to bypass, it's not saying anything, but when you're in the login screen, I used to bypass that to get onto our computer when the parents were locking me out. Can't stop me. All right. Continue the Chrome browser. I do API rule 4. And send one-time password. Right? And what is it telling us to send it to? Okay. not going to do that one because we don't want. It's important to note here specifically, so Bob came up with an intelligent solution. Send a one-time password and enabled rate limiting such that the user has to wait 2 minutes. The user. But what if you're enumerating different users? Then each of those users just has to wait 2 minutes. So not really a a good thing. So can rate limiting be carried out at a network level through a firewall? Yep. What is the HTTP response code when you send a post request to this? S here, S, post request, move this, do that, and HR. And I'm assuming that we can just leave that as anything, just like before. And we send it. It's going to be at 200. All right, what is the message key value after an HTTP post request using the email? So we're going to take this content header off here. We have to change this to sale. Right? Yep. What is the message key value? And AP for send OTP underscore S. Send it again. Valid email. EFLA reflects a scenario where a low privileged user bypass system checks and gets access to confidential data by a person, privileged admin user. Yep. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I drank a whole entire bottle of Coca-Cola and it run through me. It got me, man. All right, so he developed a new endpoint. What do you know? Because it's not like, don't fix it, just change the endpoint. API rule 5. And he added a protection, another layer of security. Layer the security. Don't fix the security bug, just add another layer. That's literally what they do with like the XSS. That's why XSS has not really gone away, because they haven't fixed the underlying bug. They just obfuscate the bug. All right. Users V. If I could spell it correctly. Okay, and he added a header, another header, is admin. Special header is admin in each request. The API only fetches the employee information from the database if admin is equal to 1. So, we have all of this stuff, and it's and the authorization token is correct. So what we're going to have to do is probably get some user's authorization token, enter that into here, then add another header that says it is admin equals 1, which equals 2, or true, excuse me. So we're going to go ahead and add is admin, and I don't know if we have to add equals 1, but it should just be 1. And we'll go ahead and we'll leave that off for now. And we don't have an authorization token either, so we'll leave that off. But it does give us this one, so we're going to go ahead and use that. Copy. Where is? Yeah, let us do that. So. Okay. And it's a GET request. Okay. So Alice ID 2 is a user, so that's what it would do to us right now. But we have an authorization header already from, I can't remember what user they were, but we'll send this and we'll see what it say. It doesn't give us anything at all. Is admin 1. And we have that in there correct. All right, what is the mobile name, mobile number for a user named Alice? So we need to get this frickin' this thing. Copy. Oh my god, go away. Oh my god, shut up. Stop that. That's exactly why I don't use Google Chrome. So we're gonna do that and see what it says here. Internal server error. Okay. Authorization token and all right, Alice is a non-admin user. So it doesn't even give us the response in the body though. So what am I doing wrong? Arrow 5, localhost 80. I got that correct. One is admin. Authorization token is admin 1. Okay. Underscore V. Did I spell users right? API rule 5, API rule 5, and users. So this should go through. Okay. Yeah. All right. So then this gives us our stuff. What is the mobile number of Alice? I don't know why that hung up like that. Yeah, TryHackMe does that sometimes. It's very annoying. That's not what I meant to do. I meant to get her mobile number. 80 80 80 80 80 HTTP. Don't use HTTP. For the username, Alice. Oh. It's because I did it wrong. So. Is it a good practice to send is admin value through hidden fields and form requests? No, it is absolutely not. Don't do that. Right, what is the flag of the is admin user? Yeah, I don't know what to tell you guys about the stuff getting hung up all the time like it does. Just does that sometimes. Baffles the shit out of me. All right, check. Yay, go to dashboard. I don't care about leagues. Okay, so we're gonna learn about this. I'm gonna join the room. See if we have any. We do. Motherfucker. Okay, it's just a view site button. Cool. So this room breaks down the 3 of the OWASP top 10 categories. They just released this new one, so that's nice. Identity, authentication, authorization, and accountability. Theory practiced by completing supporting challenges. All right. Tie me to a missile and fire me. I am ready. All right. I is a simple way to think about users and actions. Again, more acronyms. The military needs to get their filthy dick skinners off the damn cybersecurity space. so we can stop having these people affecting it with their nasty ass rhetoric. That's where all that comes from, by the way, if you're wondering. Only the military does garbage like that. If it was corporate, they'd have some, you know, sing-songy campfire kumbaya bullshit in there with equal amounts of that, but it would be different. Yeah. Yeah. So you log in with your username and your ID. You get sent, or you do like Google Authenticate or whatever, like SMS codes or email codes or whatever. Then it logs you on, you know, to a certain level. And then if you go into a different, if you log in from a different account, it emails you or contacts you and says, hey, just to let you know that this happened, you know? Yep, just like I said. So that's what this is broken access control, or what it's called now. Yeah. IDOR. That's not necessarily true. If the ID of the person is admin and they don't have other checks to see if it is the admin or not, then you can maybe potentially get there. And don't assume that just, you know, that's the thing. Like I said, they just obfuscated stuff, right? So if you can find ways around, like how they're referring to users and doing things with users, then, you know, you can bypass this stuff. What did it start us off at? 5? There is no user 0. 5, 6, 7. There we go. Millionaire found. So let's try to break into the admin user's account. We know their username is admin, so let's try to fool the application by registering the user with the name admin. And go register here, say And I don't know if it said this or not, but the reason why this occurs is because it's not sanitizing user input. And it's probably like, it probably has something along the lines of a, like in the program, I'll do something like that. It'll do something like if it was Python, it would be like, you know, like if user underscore name dot lower equals admin. You know what I'm saying? It'd be something like that, like where the program is taking the user input and changing it to a all lowercase deal. And so the reason why you're able to access that is because it's changing your, I typed that wrong, but you know what I'm saying? Like it's basically, it's taking your input and it's changing it to like an all lowercase admin. And so you can register that as that and then access this because of that, right? So that's why it does that. So we're looking for something where there was a bunch of attacks, right? So you can see here where it tells you. Okay, what was the IP address that tried to brute force? 203.0.135. Looks like they were able to gain access. What username was associated with it? Admin. User, admin, and password. So they were brute forcing the passwords. Admin account stayed the same. What action did the attacker try to do with the account? So it was super. That's it. Hire me as a SOC analyst. I am all that is. I'm a defender. I do the stuff. Yep, I understand the importance. Yay, next victim. Alrighty. Introduction. So split view. Start this machine. Okay. Each of the OAuth, 4 of the OAuth top 10. Security misconfiguration, supply chain, cryptographic. I am ready to learn. Authenticate. System servers or applications are deployed with unsafe defaults. just like your routers, you didn't change your username and password. Sometimes you can't change the username for the router, but you can absolutely change the password. And being is that it's not something that you access a lot, you should make that as long as humanly possible. How am I supposed to navigate to this? Oh, start the attack box. So we'll wait for that, and it appears developers left too many tracers in their user management APIs. You can tell it's a new room because they added this to where it stays visible when you're going throughout the other ones don't have that. You gotta go all the way the frick up to the top and look at the stuff again. Nope, it didn't do that. So it's going, I'm just checking my stuff. Come on, fucker. All right. So it gave us an endpoint here, API user 123. It's taken forever. It does that sometimes. It does this sometimes too. Is it 5002? All right. Buttons below to interact with the system. You're killing me here. Would you please? They're all John Doe. Okay, raw data. Headers. What is the flag? Why isn't it showing us flag? So we have the wrong user. 24. Any other information? Gonna make me look stuff up. Don't make me open Burp Suite and have to do some stupid. Call it. Because navigate back here and we go. One, two, three. Retrieve user information by ID. ID must be numeric. Fine. You want to play that game? We'll play that game. We should not have to run some stupid frickin' Burp Suite intruder attack on this mother. This is like the stuff that makes me want to not do try hack me stuff anymore. Is let me look up the what the fuck is this room called? Yeah. Okay, it doesn't even tell you that. It literally actually tells you that the user ID must be numeric. So, just so you know, the user example. And then it gives you this one. Maybe that's what I missed. That is what, excuse me, that is what I missed. I missed that you have to, or that this was saying, oh, you know, it's misconfigured. Just because it tells you that doesn't mean that is what you gotta do. Either way, it didn't prompt you for it. So this is like the lazy thinking that this site and others like it enforce. So this is like a real target, right? You would like I would have tried to enumerate through Burp Suite all of this stuff, right? To see what was there. Additionally, cancel. Additionally, when you have that open, it shows all of these other frickin' things that are in the request. So it's pissing me off. I'm like really kind of sick and tired of try hack me. I'm tired of this, like, oh, let's guide you through stuff, and then but not right at this point, right? Stuff. It's like pick a frickin' lane, dude. I really wish I could just show me doing hacking on live targets and people would not get all butthurt about it. At least it's written in Python. Should make it a little easier for me to understand. Of course. 10. Need these windows out of the way. Okay, 10, 8, 1, 6, 5, 10. 3. Live. While. You do have to open Burp Suite and do this. So give you the hint at least. Motherfucker. Alright, screw this shit. I am done with this bullshit. Like, I'm done. I am sick and tired of TryHackMe and their fucking redundant horse shit using their absolute bag of ass systems. I am cheesing this stuff because this is fucking waste of my time. I hate that they waste my time so much. It is annoying as hell. With useless waste of time frickin' crap. Go on our TAC box that's going to take 20 minutes to open up Burp Suite, then capture the web request, go to that endpoint, then blah, 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 again and again and again and again. All this. Let's read through it. We'll read through it because it's important. Cryptographic failures happen when encryption is used incorrectly or not at all. Right? Yeah. Okay, we got that. Weak algorithms, hard-coded keys, yeah, poor handling, or unencrypted sensitive data. Yeah, allows you to access information. I've seen some of this before on sites. They use base64 a lot. So web applications rely on cryptography everywhere, protecting network traffic, securing and stored data, verifying identities, and safeguarding secrets. Yeah. What would be a thing? What I just thought about was like, you know, when you log on to websites and stuff like that, you log on to these websites and generally speaking, it stores your stuff into like hashes or whatever. You know, like keep it all secure. Well, if you take RockU, every time a new data breach happens, RockU.txt gets updated. They take all those passwords and they add them into a hashing thing. And then you can access it via, I forget what the, forget what the website is, but it's basically where you go in and you put the MD5 hash in there and it gives you like the rainbow table. That would be I just thought about that. Like, wouldn't that be, I wonder if they have something like that where it's like the hash version of all the passwords that they found. I'm sure they do somewhere, someplace. Yeah, I can do that. We're going to go to here though. We will give it a shot as long as it's not having us open fucking Burp Suite, for the love of God. Because Burp Suite takes like a minute and 30 seconds to initiate on my frickin' system on Windows. Like if I were to run that, I had it up here. I think I uninstalled it because I've been doing stuff on VMs. So which hash is this? What is that? Is it? It's not Cyber Chef. Although this is, you can use this one too. it's something.net. Hash cracker. For the love of frickin' God, go away. Crackstation.net. Oh, and then the last time that I did this, it had me do like 80 of these frickin' captchas. Select the one with tires to crosswalks. All right. I understand cryptographic failures are bad. To have this do now. Nothing we're gonna do because I am not. It's AI stuff, secure design. Oh, hi. I'm sorry I didn't see you. I was being all frustrated at TryHack Me. I don't like them very much. What are tonight? Well, I got like another 15, maybe 15 minutes to a half hour of TryHack Me, and then I'm going to get off here and go do some dinner, and then, or maybe, it's like 2:41, maybe not. But after that, I'm going to do some coding stuff. I already have this room, not this room, but this web fundamentals. I already have this damn thing, but it's not like it added some stuff into it, and then it's being a jerk. TryHack Me is being a jerk. They're trying to get you to do a bunch of BS, so I'm cheesing the room because I'm doing this on the attack box, and I don't want to sit here for the next 30 minutes waiting for frickin' Burp Suite to load, and then wait on their slow frickin' internet stuff and everything like that. So I'm making it stop. And we're gonna terminate this stuff and terminate this stuff because we don't want to leave their stuff open if we don't have to. Go to dashboard. How many of these stupid things do we have left? We have one more left before we can insecure data handling. Join the room. Start machine, start attack box. Straight up. I'm just gonna read through them. Yeah, I'm not even doing this. You can go away. Yeah, I'm ready. Right, cryptographic failures. Didn't we just do that one? Alright. They happen when sensitive data isn't adequately protected. No joke. Decrypt the encrypted notes. See, it's stuff like that. It's like, bro, this is not teaching me how to hack. What is the secure data? Yeah, I'm not a fan of TryHackMe's stuff. I used to be. It's pretty good, but like, I don't know. Like, I had talked about this in another stream, but I'm like really tired of the useless, let's just go find flag, let's just enter in information, let's give you a data dump. If you can't tell us the right thing right here, oh no, can't pass. Like, that doesn't mean jack shit, and it's not teaching me at all how to hack. It's teaching me how to, yeah, when you do cryptography, so I want to learn for some skill. Yeah, so what I would suggest is with these is that they have, let's open this in a new tab. They have modules that you can go and search. So if you want to learn about cryptography, where is it? John. It might just be John. Yeah, so there's like ones like this. I've completed both of these, right? So it tells you the hashing 101 and John the Ripper basics and encryption. What does this one cover? Same sort of thing, right? So I took this room already as part of something else, and it's having me, thanks for the follow, and it's having me go through it again in a different way. And so like for me because I'm doing this as part of like to try to help me study for a what do you call it, the certification I'm going for, which is over here on TCM security, and I'm getting the web app pen tester one. But specifically this in here, it isn't covered in this course. So for me, it's a waste of time. And again, I'll show you guys. So this is web fundamentals. I have the web fundamentals thing already. I've already done this. So when they changed their stuff, there was I think it was beginner and intro, or it was something else. Like one of these is like a dual, it's like the same thing, right? So they'd switched their website, and now there's a bunch of stuff that I've already done that they basically came through here and like added stuff to. Additionally, this is already stuff that I've been through, and so it's kind of irritating me because I don't want to have to go through it again. But the cryptographic skill stuff, it's pretty simple. Like when you're gonna come across, I won't do it here. Let's find something. You're gonna come across something like here. We'll just go to hack the box, right? And when you go through here and you go to the inspector, memory. Oh, that's not it. Storage. My bad. Cookies, index. There's gonna be like a frickin', like there's one. So it's going to have like values where you can then go and decrypt them on sites like that it was showing before. So anyways, where are we at? Cryptographic failures. Weak crypto flag. So I'm just going through here and I'm reading all of these just to ensure that there's no new information. This is the OWASP top 10 for 2025, not 2021 like what was before. But like I just showed you and went through, I've been through all of these before, right? And done the work and did all that stuff. And it's not guided, so I'm basically just going through here and checking the boxes for them. And then like injection, like this is one of my favorite frickin' like SQL injection. It's one of my favorite bugs to go test for. I just enjoy it. I think it's cool. It's fun, right? But yeah. So it's not, so injection, server-side template injection, that's very, very, very prevalent. Command injection's prevalent. SQL injection's prevalent. So is XSS, which it didn't say, which is basically JavaScript injection. The system that can execute commands and queries. Yep. So, and I don't need to practice any of these bugs at all because I have practiced them insanely. Like I've done this on Juice Shop, OWASP Juice Shop, and I've done them on that TCM Securities. They have a number of labs that you can go through. I've done it on all of them. So I'm just going through here and I'm making sure that there's no new information that I need to do. See, in some of these, like most of the bug bounty that I do, this is actually like at a scope attack to do. So there's like some of it where it's just like not really, it's not helpful or practical information. I'm thinking about, yay, oh great, that's awesome. Look how good we are. I'm actually thinking about like not doing the try hack me anymore. So like I said, we're going to move on to this web app pen testing because I want to stay focused on web applications. I don't want to go into the SOC stuff yet, and I don't want to go into you know, like the network hacking side of things, because I want to go into the network hacking side of things because I want to stay focused on the web hacking, because I'm going for that certification from these guys here, the TCMSec. Once I'm done with TCMSec, I'm actually going to be going for Security Plus, and then I'll be focused on that. So I'll probably, once I'm done with that, I will probably stop doing the web app stuff and I'll move into the SOC stuff. And the reason why is because, like, kind of like what I'm doing now, like I, you know, kind of skipping and cheesing that stuff, that's fine, because what I'm doing, like the cert that I'm studying for, it doesn't have any, I mean, it has some of that stuff, but it doesn't have any of this, like, go find the flag, go do the stuff. It's like you actually go to a web application and you go through a real world sort of test, and you're finding the bugs. There's no like, there's none of this like schoolyard BS in that. It's like you're focused on like looking at the cookies and the parameters and all the stuff. It's not you know, give you a vague set of instructions that you have to like, oh it meant do this. No, like you're given a web application and you're given free run. Additionally, when I'm doing that, I'm doing it on hard, like I'm doing it on my, not this computer. I have a special hack box that I have, but you're doing it on like hardware, so it's not slow. Doesn't take half an hour to run a frickin' burp suite scan, or to even just look at a frickin' endpoint on burp. So I'm gonna stay away from the network stuff for now. That's why we're not completing the junior penetration tester path, even though we're right there. I could cheese it and get the certificate of completion or whatever, but there's a certification at the end of this that I would probably like getting, but I want to make sure that I actually study for it if I'm gonna bother. But like I said, the next the next certification. So I'm doing this. I'll bring it up again. Certs. And we'll go TIA. Oh, it had it right there. Security Plus. So these are the two certifications that I'm currently going for right now. I'm going for this one first, and this is for me. That's all it is. I don't think that it's going to help get a job or nothing, but it's just for me because I wanted to do this. Okay? And it's 2 full days to do the hacking and another 2 days to write a professional report. So it's real world. And then Security Plus, which is like a frickin' knowledge test. And we'll do some, like when I go study for this, we'll do some, you know, like I'll get one of those Udemy or whatever, or maybe Professor Messer kind of like note card or things and study for it, because it's just an academic info dump. That's all this test is. It's the exact thing that I'm complaining about. Try hack me. It's that exact thing. It's just like insert term here. Do you know what this acronym means? If we give you a vague sentence, can you say that it's, from these things, like whatever it is? So, but we're going to deal with that because this is a really good certification to have to get jobs. Now, after that, after we get this one, then we get this one, we will move on to, maybe we'll get this junior penetration tester one, or more than likely it would probably be better if we got a SOC certification as opposed to another one. So learn, practice, we'll see. What do you need for this guy? Yeah, I doubt that very much. You don't believe this. I don't believe this. I think that's BS. If you get this certification, that's probably not going to equal getting hired. Yeah, but which course do you have to take in order to get this done? Because it's one of those, just like that junior penetration tester one. Okay, so it's probably just taking the SOC 1 test. Let's go see. Go learn paths. We'll see what is this. Does it show at the end of it? So wow, that's a really in-depth course. Gives you tons of stuff. Okay, that's what it is. So you complete this level 1 course, which goes through all of this stuff, right? All the blue team stuff. And then at the end of that, you can test for the cell 1. And then what's the level 2 then? Maybe it's the level 2 that you train, that you do after, because the junior penetration tester is a see in advance. Okay. I'm just trying to figure out which one of these lets you. This one. Wide array of essentials. Well, let's enroll in it and see what is at the bottom of the thing. Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. So you take this SOC level 1 course, and it allows you to test for their security analyst. So we're going to go back to learn, go paths, and I am going to go from the web fundamentals to this web app pen testing. We're going to roll in that. At the next time we do Try Hack Me, which I don't know when it's going to be, I'm thinking about taking a break from this because it's really irritating me. I don't like the I either like having the training wheels on or the training wheels off, either or, not like, you know, it's literally like this thing pulls the rug out from under you at random intervals, and it pisses me off. It's irritating because, you know what I'm saying? Like, you get into a flow of doing things. You're like, okay, I'm doing this. I'm going through the walkthrough. It's guiding me through this. I'm reading all this stuff. I do this. Okay. All right. I got that. And then it, you know, it's like, oh no. Now, you know, but it doesn't tell you that you're on your own. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Maybe I'm just complaining. I probably am. Either way, doesn't matter. I am interested though in doing some of this hack the box, because here's the thing. These guys don't hold your hand. You get in here, you can bust stuff up, break things, do whatever. I don't know how much it is. Let me see. Probably education one. Oh, enterprise. I'm not enterprise. How much is an individual? Yeah. But these guys have box. These guys have certifications too, and I know that their some of their certifications are pretty good. Not all of them. Available candidates? What? The fuck are these guys talking about? I'm not enterprise, I'm not government, so that means that it's probably this. Education. I don't know what these guys are doing. But they have individuals, courses and certifications. Oh, let's see what they have. Maybe that's what I wasn't on the academy, that's why. There we go. Certified penetration tester, junior cybersecurity associate. It's hard to say. I think they're moving away from the industry in general. It seems to be moving away from the like typical models of stuff. I really don't like that it show me all of your certifications, please. Not just one or two of them, every freaking one of them. This would be one I'd be interested in doing. They have a bug bounty hunter one too, I thought. Expert versus specialist. As long as they don't have the, you have to go get the other cert first thing. So that's like, just so you guys know, like, you know, you see how it was like kind of difficult to find this, right? Sort of how they obfuscated it. That's a no-go for a lot of things. Like if websites are doing that, that's not a good thing. You should be able to access all of that crap from one page, or, you know, only do it like a couple of clicks. I shouldn't, meaning that up here. I meant up here. Like I should not have had to scroll down and hit certifications in order to find that. Right? And what they don't tell you, they're sitting there like, oh, it's red team and blue team. In reality, you're doing blue team. The entry level stuff is this junior cybersecurity analyst. It's the junior analyst. You'll go work in a SOC and you'll work on seams and all that stuff. So some of the minimal stuff that it shows you on here, which is nice. It's weird because like some of the stuff that I learned in the TCM course, right? Some of the stuff that I learned in the TCM course is in this like intermediate stuff. And I noticed that too when I do, maybe we'll do Port Swigger, because that's a really good one too. Swigger Web Academy. This is a really, really good spot to go and do web hacking stuff. This is a fun one. On my other account, my hack account, I worked my way through most of this web app hacking course. I'll do it. Maybe we'll switch to that. Because I like the stuff that's more real than I do this like gamified BS. Because this, what it does is it says, you know, hey, we're going to learn about request smuggling. It gives you like a whole rundown on what it is, what it does, what to look for inside of the web requests, and gives you an example, and then says, hey, do that. Then you go and you do it, and then the next one, it basically it builds. Whereas this one will say, oh, we're going to learn about enumeration and brute forcing, and then it'll show you the enumeration and brute forcing, but at some point it'll just say, like, go find the flag, with no, like, there's no guidance, like, so meaning that these guys have broken the flow of the learning, you know? Like I said, I either like it, it's either, for me, I like it either on or off. And the reason why is because this is teaching you lazy stuff, but this is teaching you methods. So that way, like when you go and you're looking for SQL injection out in the real world, you're not referring back to this stuff. You're you're going, okay, SQL injection happens at these locations with these technologies present. And this is what it looks like. This is how the application responds. This is how the application responds if it has like a blind SQLI, or this is what it looks like when it throws an error, you know, or what does it look like when it doesn't do any of that? You know, can you still test? Like, what is it? I think they call it second order in SQLI. And then while this stuff is good to know, there's some of these things that are straight up not, they're not allowed. Like clickjacking is out of scope for bug bounty most of the time, you know. But this, I'm thinking about, this is probably where we're gonna go. I'm gonna create an account on Portswigger Web Academy, and we'll work through that, because maybe I'm just burnt out a little bit on Try Hack Me. But I don't like, the reason why I'm upset a little is because I don't feel like this is helping me prep for my exam. It's kind of like just wasting time, you know. It's fun a little, but fun for me, like, I don't like, that's why I'm doing the app coding my app. I'm tired of tutorials. I'm tired of these, you know, it's like you can sit here and do this stuff again and 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 again. It's not going to get you anywhere. You know what I'm saying? I want to go do stuff that's actually going to eventually be able to land me a job. And having a Try Hack Me cert, or like, you know, where is it? Let me go back on here again if it'll let me. It didn't log me out. What is my stuff? Yeah, mark all as red. Where is that? Where does it say that? Yeah. Like, oh my God, look here, people. I'm in the top 4% of Try Hack Me. No one cares. That doesn't mean anything, you know? I've earned 17 badges. I'm a wizard. Yeah, I'm a wizard now. Like, that doesn't matter. So. Anyway. I think I'm a little burnout on Try Hack Me and some of that stuff. So we're going to do practical stuff next time. And we'll do a Portswigger Web Academy. And we'll work our way through this Web Academy. And that will absolutely, I know that will help us for prepping for the certification. And we'll head on back also to Juice Shop as well, and we'll do the Juice Shop and do the report writing stuff and get that done up, because I want to get, like I said, I'm like getting frustrated that I've been studying for this test now for like actively for like a couple months. So I'm kind of chomping at the bit here. I want to take this frickin' test. I want to get it done. I want to get that checked off and get it in the rear view, so I can move on with the next thing, you know, which, like, the Security Plus test is much of the same stuff about what I'm complaining about. But at least if I'm doing that and moving in the direction of the test and not just jumping through some website's hoops, I'm okay with that. Okay, so sorry for all the ranting, and you know, Mr. Abdbin237, sorry I didn't hang up and hold up and do that cryptography stuff for you to learn. But there will be more of that later on down the road, especially when we get more into the network hacking side. Right now, I'm just interested in doing straight up just web hacking. I kind of don't care about network hacking right now. It's irrelevant for what I'm doing at the moment. And in reality, like kind of not, in my opinion, not commensurate with my skill level. Like, yeah, I could go through, I could learn it, I could do it, I could beat my head against the wall, but this is where I want to be here. You know what I'm saying? So, because if like, I mean, I will probably, when I get to the point where I do apply for jobs, I will probably apply for SOC analyst jobs. But if I'm being honest, if I saw one of these, I would much rather be a web app pen tester than anything else. Because I it's fun. Like, I really do enjoy this stuff. So maybe that'll end up being my specialization start now. I don't know. But either way, I'm going to go ahead and get off here. It's been 4 hours. And I'll be back on later to do another dev stream, I think, but it'll just be for an hour. So we'll probably just end up coding up, let me show you. Probably just end up coding up this function that we left off on. So we have some of that going on, and we're working our way through. So we have a couple different functions to create and make sure that they work. And then I also did some research as well on, so up here, on, where you at? Python Q&A. On the 6, 7, and 8, I did more research on Python dictionaries and how to access them and instantate them and everything like that. Just kind of getting myself a little bit better of an idea. It's similar to this, right? And what is the other one? Where we're doing, like, you know, we're doing that. So we're gonna have to like instantate the class, save this into a variable, and then do like a .get of that variable with the get being like the key, excuse me, the key that we want to get. And what we're trying to do eventually is to get to where we can grab up all of these muzzle velocity datas and put them into a single unified list, so that way we can manipulate that data when the user enters it. But right now we're kind of getting the structure of the program going and everything like that. And this is where we left off. And we had a plan that we were doing. So we're at step 0 again after we coded all that other stuff up. And this is what else we need to do for our program in order to get it up to a point where we are then probably going to have to make a GUI for that. And then once we get the GUI, we're going to have to come back in here and we're going to have to refactor a little all this code to accept different units of measurement. And we're going to do that. And then we will probably be nearly done with the app itself. But we'll see. It'll take time. But I'm going to get off here right now, and I'll see you in a little bit, and we'll do some coding. Okay?